Good morning.
That seems to be right.
Today is the 11th day of June. The board is in session. Mr. Davidson and myself are present. Commissioner Daly's on his way. The time is 10 minutes after 10, and the board is in budget discussion, budget presentations. So we'll turn the time over to our clerk. Go ahead, Mr. Triple.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Coburg is the Director of Parks and Waterways. The Parks Fund accounts for operation and maintenance of Barber Park, the Barber Park Education and Event Center, the annual Boise River Float Season, several miles of the Greenbelt Pathway, the Oregon Trail Recreation Area, Ada Eagle Bike Park, Hubbard Recreation Area, and Victory Wetland. Parks is also responsible for management of the county's Barber Pool and Red Hawk open space and conservation areas totaling 285 acres. The Parks Director is also the designated county representative for the Ridge to Rivers Partnership, which manages over 200 miles of multi-use recreational trails of the Boise foothills. Waterways accounts for the installation, operation, and maintenance of over 100 recreational docks, strings at 16 recreational sites and 4 access ramps at Lucky Peak Lake, encompassing portions of 3 counties, Ada, Boise, and Elmore. Waterways is also responsible for management of the county vessel fund and provides monetary support to the boater safety and patrol programs initiated by Ada County Sheriff's Marine Patrol. For this year's budget, Parks is down underneath their allocation year over year. This is the 3rd year in a row they have reduced their budget. Their personnel numbers are flat. For Waterways, their budget is essentially flat, obviously with no change in personnel, that being 0. At this point, I'd like to introduce Scott Coburg for the Parks and Waterways.
I do believe we're being streamed on YouTube. Is that correct? All right, got the thumbs up from IT.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you, Trent.
Welcome to the meeting today.
Commissioners, thank you very much. Good morning. Well, first off, appreciate your time today to listen to Parks and Waterways budget request for fiscal year 25. Like we always do this time of year, I'd like to thank some of the other offices and departments without whom we wouldn't be able to accomplish all of the objectives that we do for the county. So the Prosecuting Attorney's Office, Operations, Procurement, Development Services, Human Resources, Weed Pest, Mosquito, Expo Idaho, the Sheriff's Office. We really rely on the directors, the electeds, and the department staff for all those departments and others. I'm sure I'm missing out on a couple, but as much as I appreciate Tony Geddes, I'm glad we haven't had to use the Public Defender's Office yet, but I'm gonna move right into my budget presentation here. You can all see that. Okay, so this year the budget guidelines, as Trent included in his presentation yesterday, included sort of 3 circles. What have you accomplished with your budget? What are your efficiency measures, best practices, and innovative processes? And what plans or projects do you have coming up? So throughout my presentation, in the bottom right-hand corner of some of the slides, you'll see some of these circles, and those will alert you to those questions being answered. But first, a department overview. We recently refined our new mission statement and created a mission statement that reads, Ada County Parks and Waterways provides diverse outdoor recreation and educational opportunities while protecting natural resources, waterways, and wildlife habitat for the enjoyment of residents and visitors. And a new vision statement as well. Ada County Parks and Waterways strives to create and enhance unique recreational opportunities that promote active, healthy, vibrant, and welcoming communities. And finally, the new core values. These were all derived through our master plan process. Professionalism, teamwork, education, honesty, and stewardship. So our submitted budget for fiscal year 25 is as follows. Parks, operating, and personnel are nearly identical, especially when you consider the 2% holdback, coming in at $1,869,082. Waterways budget is just shy of $200,000 for a total of $2,066,839, which actually represents, as Trent was referencing, a 6.4% decrease from last year. So what do we do with that funding? Well, as mentioned in our vision statement, we create, enhance unique recreational opportunities that promote active, healthy, vibrant, and welcoming communities. And we really contribute to a lot of what makes Ada County such a special place to live and one of the most desirable counties in the United States. So what have we accomplished with the budget? So clearly to manage those properties and provide those recreational opportunities, the basics, staffing, uniforms, equipments, fuel, supplies, those types of things, both in office and forward-facing out in the community, so that we can provide the maintenance, operations, and management of the public parks and trails that you see here represented in the map, run the Boise River float season, opportunities there at Barber Park, also run the Barber Park Education and Event Center, manage several miles of Greenbelt pathway. We provide trailhead parking areas and recreation sites, in addition to open space and conservation areas, the docks and recreation sites that Trent mentioned, and also participate in agency partnerships, MOUs, and agreements, including Ridge to Rivers. If you're interested, you can also always visit our website, where you'll find a lot of great information about just what the county is doing and what you are doing as commissioners for providing recreation opportunities to Ada County residents and visitors. So again, I refresh these slides just a bit every year, but I do want to provide that overview. So Barber Park, as you are aware, about 68 acres of county property there, including our headquarters, our administrative headquarters there, and the Barber Park Education and Event Center. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention what picking up where we left off last year. One of the items we invested in with our budget last year was the Barber Park playground upgrade. As a reminder, this is what that playground looked like in what we refer to as the back 40 portion of our park. So what did we do, and what have we accomplished with our budget, and what are the best practices? So in this case, it was to replace that playground using the budget we were allocated last year, with a custom designed playground that actually gets used by the community. Really provides some tremendous opportunities for younger age groups to climb, play right there in a portion of the park that was sort of underutilized, and it really activated that space once again. So extremely proud of that, thankful for the budget allocation we received last year. We budgeted $200,000, it came in at under $150,000 to do this project. We also, at the beginning of this fiscal year, actually beginning in September, and about the first 4 months of the fiscal year, we completed a Barber Park administrative office remodel. And so if you're familiar with our office, we had 4 designated walled offices and a large bullpen area that was really sort of disorganized and not very efficiently used. So the best practice here for us was to create 2 office spaces and a collaboration room. So there you see the designs. I only include one construction photo here because during construction, about the first 4 or 5 months of the year, that left-hand side represents my office. And so you can imagine the disruption during this time for 4 months or so while this project was underway, but well worth it. So now you see on the right-hand side the entrance to the 2 new office spaces plus the collaboration room. My staff actually took apart that wall-mounted piece on the left-hand side from the wall that I'm standing against taking that photo, and they reconstructed it in this location. So now it really activated that bullpen area into usable spaces. Custom artwork there on the left-hand side, courtesy of Ada County's own Josh Brown, who's a tremendous photographer. And then you can see again the new office locations. And there's the actual collaboration room in Barber Park that we now are able to utilize. We also, at that same time, we were doing an interior, because that wasn't enough to do interior remodel. We decided to do a small-scale exterior roof remodel. And that exterior remodel was just on the north-facing portion of the building. So this location here, I'll kind of hover my mouse, this portion of the roof line, and I really don't know why I never include winter photos, but during the winter, this roof line sheds snow and creates ice and hazards on this walking area. In the summer, it doesn't provide enough shade for those that use this area. This bay door is where the raft and tube rental concession operates out of, so rafts that are rented are pulled out from that location. There's public restrooms here, and then there was these pillars that were obstructing travel when we have large crowds. And so what we did is an exterior roofline remodel to allow for that snow to shed off into the landscaped area. And during the summer months when that sun is higher in the sky, it provides shade for these folks waiting for their rental equipment, and also reduces those obstructions in the walkway where those pillars were located. Another item we tackled this year, thanks to Ken Sinclair and Bob Perkins under the fleet management system and the opportunities to kind of right-size and upgrade our fleet. We had vehicles from the late 90s and early 2000s in our fleet. So we were able to obtain a new vehicle for our maintenance division, an F-250. We have a Ford Maverick now that we acquired to replace a Ford Ranger when we need to access those tight greenbelt spaces in something larger than a park vehicle, like a Kawasaki Mule. This is what the Maverick is for. Also an F-150 for various duties. We upgraded a Ford Focus, swapped it out with a county Ford Focus. This was an existing fleet vehicle. And then that Mitsubishi mini truck has been in our fleet for about a dozen years already. So we have other vehicles as well, but just wanted to give you an idea of what we did upgrade. And when it comes to parks and waterways, our fleet also includes mowers. So as you'll recall, possibly during my last year's budget presentation, I requested some funding for 2 new mowers. We purchased these Toro Z Masters 72-inch deck mowers. 2 of them, we had requested $40,000. They came in at about $34,000 a piece. So, $34,000 total. So these, in terms of efficiency and best practices, safer to operate, easier to train, and more comfortable for the fatigue element of folks that sit on those mowers. Switching gears into the Boise River float season, really just my opportunity to share this slide that includes a photo of 3 of my daughters and my niece and nephew wearing life jackets. But we do provide all the support for the float season there in Barber Park. Unfortunately, all these kids are now either teenagers or older, so they're not quite as cute as they were back in those days, but still showing how to properly wear a life jacket to float the river. What have we accomplished again with our budget? We continue and provide the best practices and innovative processes. We have continued to support and help develop the interagency tool website known as Float the Boise, which is a tremendous community resource. Floattheboise.org is the page. On that page, it's the one-stop shop for all the things you need to know to float the Boise River: interactive map, guided tour, current conditions, safety checklist, all those things, right? And then at the bottom, you can clearly see the Ada County seal acknowledging the contributions the county is making to this. As part of that effort, there's QR codes and new sort of branding and outreach. The know before you go element that we've integrated as of last season. We'll continue to do that this year. And all those magnets will be on the buses as well. What this allows us to do is just communicate more effectively with the public and alert them to everything they need to know, including when Barber Park parking is expected to be full on weekend days. Now, again, what have we accomplished with our budget, and what are some of the best practices we implement? So this photo represents what just happened in the park yesterday. So prior to and immediately following every single Boise River float season, in conjunction with our contractor, all rafts, tubes, kayaks, paddles, jackets are pulled out for inspection and acknowledging that they have been counted or retained in the inventory. Through that process, Ada County does own several of those vessels and owns a lot of the equipment included in that contract. So as these pieces of equipment age out, that's our best practice, is to replace those or retire certain boats from service that probably are no longer the most efficient type of boat for the activity, nor safe to continue to repair and patch. So they become expensive just like a vehicle would to continue to add more capital to repair them versus replacing them. So this example here shows a stack of rafts in the inventory currently. All those boats marked Ada County are owned by the county. The one that I've circled there is, again, through last year's budget. This was one of 10 rafts that was purchased to replace retired rafts from last year that were 10 or more years old. So this is a 2024 model boat that has not been on the water yet. Another best practice represented in this photo, as you can see, you can kind of tell an older raft on the bottom. This raft just above it, we've worked really consistently with the manufacturer of NRS, NRS up in Moscow, an Idaho company, to provide feedback regarding the wear and tear that these boats on the Boise River receive. And so you'll see this wear strip down at the bottom of this new boat that extends all the way to the bow and stern. Whereas on these older boats, before we provided that feedback, that wear strip ended here. And so these boats can wear out earlier. So again, a best practice and innovative approach to where we communicate with the vendor and get a product that more serves our needs.
I don't think our screens show your cursor if you're
I'm
doing
sorry.
something with
Okay.
the cursor.
Yeah, you're correct. Can you see where I'm referring to that upper? Yeah, I do not have, oh, there we go. This is the wear strip to which I'm referring, that this one is now extended, if you can see that. So it ends here on the older model boats. Thank you for that. So now all we're doing is waiting for the chairman to announce the beginning of the float season. Okay, moving on, Barber Park Education Event Center. Many of you have been there for various functions and activities. Our staff manages that, does a tremendous job. It's a lot of responsibility, which our crew takes a tremendous amount of pride in. Some photos of the event center here. Again, using some slides I've used in previous years. I will say, I also have slides of the water summits that we host for Commissioner Daley, but there are no bubbles, there are no dancing, and there is no decorations in those. So they don't jump off the page quite as much as these do. So that's why these are used. Again, one of the innovative practices or best practices rather that we've used is we've actually increased the pricing. So based on board feedback, we've increased pricing over the last couple of years to remain more consistent in the market. And so what you see here is the last full fiscal year of revenue. We did have event bookings that surpassed our anticipated budget by about $30,000. And so that is because we didn't anticipate that change, and when it occurred, we're kind of catching up on that now, anticipating more revenue based on the increases. And in the next budget, we likely will see a little bit more stable number that reflects the anticipated budget being close to the revenue as we catch up, and more than likely will not implement another price increase in the next year or two. We average about 125 event days annually, and we serve about 20,000 visitors. The Boise River Greenbelt, as you're aware, this is what an 80-county Greenbelt project looks like when we're completed with construction, typically. Nice, smooth black asphalt, centerline skip stripe. This represents 3 projects we've completed beginning in 2015, the Penitentiary Canal Project, Warm Springs Mesa, and Expo, Idaho. This is what we like them to look like, but sometimes our Greenbelt looks like this and requires some repair and maintenance. And so this was a location we refer to as JPD Greenbelt, also known as the Sunrock Greenbelt, downstream from Glenwood on the south side of the river. Subject to flooding, had a lot of flooding damage in 2017, but consistently sort of dilapidated. And so one of the best practices we implemented after not acquiring the county funding to replace this is we submitted an ARPA project proposal to finally replace this. So the total all in was about $2.3 million for the design, engineering, survey, and testing, stream bank repair for stormwater protection, 1.6 miles of asphalt demolition, and in this case, replacing with concrete and installing a new bridge to create a wider, safer, smoother pathway surface. So that location, this gives a little glimpse of a portion of that project. Is my cursor activated now? There it is. So Glenwood Bridge on the right-hand side. Our greenbelt begins here. This was a portion of closure as it occurred. And then downstream from the West Bridge is where we're currently working. You'll see the closure date says June 21. That's next Friday. We anticipate a bit of a delay due to a couple of issues related to the bridge footings, but we'll be completing this in the next couple weeks. So what it will result in is the first ever Ada County concrete greenbelt pathway. This has been going on for some time, starting in the winter. So this is a concrete pour during the winter. And this is a more recent photo. The only thing missing here is the centerline skip stripe, which we'll be doing shortly. And then the bridge will be craned into place in the coming weeks. Very quick review of those properties mentioned. We do manage about 310 acres of open space and 10 miles of trail at the bike park off Old Horseshoe Bend Road between Floating Feather and Goose Creek, or right in that vicinity near that North Ravine cell entrance of the landfill. We have nearly 40 acres at the Oregon Trail Recreation Area with 5 miles of multi-use trails. This is off of Highway 21 on the east side of town. We manage about 3 acres of open space in partnership with ACHD off of 5 Mile Victory Roads. We have a lease agreement with the Idaho Department of Lands for 377 acres of open space with trails at Hubbard Reservoir Recreation Area. The interesting thing about Hubbard this year and the last couple of years, and Commissioner Daly's well versed in this, is that it has been used as kind of a demonstration area for groundwater recharge. More water is being diverted from the New York Canal to this sort of leaky reservoir system to recharge the aquifer. And there's monitoring wells in place to determine just how effective that is. So kind of exciting that there's more beyond recreation happening at Hubbard these last couple of years. And finally, the open space and conservation areas of Barber Pool and Red Hawk totaling about 285 acres of property that are our responsibility. Lastly, I'll mention Lucky Peak Lake. Once again, we do manage and install, maintain 100 dock strings at 16 recreation sites, including 4 boat ramp sites on the lake. We are looking forward to the upcoming tour next month where we host our partnership meeting at Spring Shores Marina and then conduct a tour of the lake with yourselves and other folks from our agency partners. So, to summarize fiscal year 25's budget considerations, beyond our department administration and Waterways, which is funded separately, Parks and Waterways has 8 unique budget divisions for those specific property locations that we just talked about. So there's Barber Park, which is number 410, Education and Event Center, Greenbelt, Oregon Trail, 411, Bike Park, Hubbard Reservoir, 5 Mile Victory, and open space and conservation areas. So we have 8 different budget divisions. We've kind of split it so that we, just like you would if you were a property manager, identify it with an address or a property. That's a division in our budget. And each of those 8 actually contain the following basic line items. So professional services, special department supplies, equipment supplies, repair and maintain equipment, grounds maintenance, and small tools and equipment. So right there, that's 48 lines, 8 divisions, 6 lines, all consistent, 48 lines split into each of those divisions. So kind of a robust budget, but meant to split rather than lump. And several of these 8 property divisions also contain other relevant line items that are kind of basic, but I think you understand. Landscaping, janitorial supplies. If there's a restroom on site, we need janitorial supplies. If there's not, we do not. And park repair. And so ultimately, I think this number is a little bit different. We were talking just prior to the meeting or the presentation here this morning, but the clerk's office identified 46 specific line items for evaluation in our budget. The majority of those were those basic line items related to the property locations, and 57% of those were a $750 amount or less, and created in within the last few years, fiscal year 22 or later. That was because we made a kind of a dedicated, deliberate process to split that up. Now we're still kind of adapting to that, I think. And we also had a position vacancy of our open space and trails coordinator that really reflects a lot of where that money could be spent. And so we looked at those lines, of course, but that's just to give you some reference for where those came from. And so ultimately what we did is we evaluated all 137 department line items and then submitted a budget that achieves the basic needs that we provide while supporting the countywide objective of providing merit increases and/or COLA for existing county staff. So we're doing our part to support the Ada County team. As small as our budget is, we realize every little bit counts. Okay, so lastly, what plans or projects do we have coming up? Once again, just mention the finalization of our Ada County Parks and Waterways Master Plan. We anticipated having this wrapped up about end of April. We're still working with our contractor and to tie things up and put a bow on it. But so far, what that has told us is, these are some quotes from the plan. The parks have been remarkably well maintained. The general upkeep and routine maintenance of the parks is clearly a community priority. There were minimal instances of vandalism and/or disrepair observed during visits to the parks in 2023. The needs assessment survey demonstrated that 91% of residents feel park maintenance is good or excellent. No significant differences in satisfaction with the condition of park sites was found between political districts. So the 3 districts you serve all feel likewise that we're providing these services. Reminder of where we are in that process. We are right in the final stages here of that master plan where we're getting towards adoption and then implementation. We have learned some things, some good, some not great. In this case, respondents definitely feel very welcome in park and recreation sites. There is an element here where we have some room to improve. Communication to the public is somewhat average, so we intend to improve upon that in the year ahead. And ultimately, we're looking to implement the policies, goals, strategies, and action items identified in the plan moving forward. What else do we have coming up? And what is also a best practice? Another Greenbelt project, believe it or not. We have a Greenbelt project in the hopper currently. It's going to be going to bid later this summer. It is for repair and replacement of the Greenbelt just in front of Idaho Shakespeare and the Idaho Department of Parks and Recreation along Warm Springs Avenue on the east side of town near Barber Valley. And we also have a new park project in the hopper. The best practice in this case is to leverage a $50,000 grant offer from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to create a design for this park. So this is a rudimentary kind of design. This isn't exactly what we're talking about, but this location is just downstream from Diversion Dam, and it's adjacent to Greenbelt that we already manage through an agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation. This is a 2-acre parcel that we intend to improve. And so we are intending to invest $50,000 from the county, matched by $50,000 from the Bureau of Reclamation, into a design for this park. As far as personnel is concerned, no new positions are requested in fiscal year 25. We do have 11 positions. However, 1 is vacant as of last Friday. Had an employee move on to Seattle. And so we're looking to fill that program and education specialist position. You'll see we're flat over the last few years. And just a reminder, the submitted budget, just over $2 million decrease from last year. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any questions from the board? You have any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts.
Emergency Medical Services, also known as the Ada County Paramedics, is headed by Chief Sean Rain and is the sole provider of 911 emergency medical services for the citizens of Boise, Garden City, Meridian, Eagle, Star, Cuna, and rural Ada County. Along with the Ada County City Emergency Services System partners, Boise, Meridian, Eagle, Star, Cuna, and fire departments, ACP provides 24/7 advanced life support through its operations of 15 paramedic stations strategically placed in the county. For EMS's budget this year, they are down significantly year over year and plan on using a portion of their fund balance, and they are down 2 positions. I'd like to introduce Sean Rain for EMS.
Good morning, Sean.
Good morning. Let's see here. Thank you, Mr. Trippel. That was a great lead-in. Here today to present the FY25 budget, and I'll get right into it. Start off with our mission to care for you like we care for our own. We deliver pre-hospital health care focused on our values. And if you think about EMS is, I think people tend to think about heart attacks and car wrecks, but it's so much more than that. What we actually do, if you think about it, is we deliver unscheduled medical care to people wherever we find them. So it's not just heart attacks and car wrecks, but some of the hurdles that we've experienced, not just in the last year, but for several years now, is the reimbursement rates that we see, mainly from Medicare and Medicaid. They don't cover the cost of service, and when you take Medicare and Medicaid and put those two together, that represents 60% of our patients are insured by those two, and so that's been a pain point for us and for all ground ambulance services in the country, really, for many years. Because of some of those funding issues, it does affect our ability to add resources. When I say add resources, that's additional stations, additional personnel. That's where the real cost of EMS comes in. And it's really that cost of being available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to calls. Obviously, we can't schedule when we go out things, and we do our best with data to anticipate how busy we're going to be, but that's been a challenge for us. If you remember a few years ago, it forced us to really look at how we schedule people, and we had to make that tough decision to go from a 48-hour work week to a 56-hour work week to really maximize the personnel that we have and the resources that we can put on the road with the money that we have today. As far as long-term goals and objectives, we want to continue to improve our employee morale. Employee morale, as you can imagine, during the pandemic really suffered. We had a very high turnover rate. And so we want to work on, maintaining a favorable retention rate. It costs a lot of money to bring somebody in, even when they've gone through paramedic school and have a license or they're a licensed EMT. It still takes us a month of onboarding to teach people how to do it the Ada County paramedic way. And folks that have worked in other areas of the country know that what we do here is quite a bit different than they do elsewhere in the country. Our paramedics and EMTs work at a very advanced level without, a lot of medical supervision, and we're very proud of that. We had a consultant that was with us last year, and he made a comment that Ada County paramedics is in the top probably 5% of EMS services in the country. And, sometimes it takes somebody from outside of the area to remind you we're very isolated here in Boise from other big systems and big EMS agencies, so something to be very proud of. We want to be able to find sustainable growth strategies. As you all well know, we spent a lot of time in the last year working on the EMS Sustainability Task Force. But that's something that we've been focused on for quite some time, is trying to find those strategies that utilize the taxpayer's dollar in a very meaningful way and something that we can sustain long-term. Development of new revenue sources that aren't necessarily property tax dollars. So impact fees and GMT, and I know I've talked to you a lot about GMT, but they tell me it's coming. So, but we'll be glad to see that revenue realized. One thing that's pretty exciting is, I passed my rule of 80 back in late December, and was quite a milestone for me to get past that. I never thought I would when I started working at Ada County when I was 23 years old and had just got out of the Army, that I would actually make it, but I've made it. But one of the things that we are doing is we're starting a mentoring program to really try to get that new batch of leaders ready to take over for when I leave, or some of my deputy chiefs leave. We need people to be able to fulfill those roles and do the great work that Ada County has done for so many years. Of note, next April is our 50th anniversary, and so we're planning some things for that. It's still quite a ways out, but 50 years, and that's a pretty amazing milestone for an EMS agency to hit. One thing that we are very proud of is our collaboration with our system partners in Access. When we came to the board, I believe it was a little over 2 years ago, and said, what do the elected officials want to see from Access? Do you want to see a full consolidation? What are you really looking for? And, the word that we got back from the elected officials is not full consolidation, but we want more integration. And so we've been working on doing exactly that. How do we integrate with our system partners, mainly the fire departments, in a way that we don't do today? We had a pilot project with the Boise Fire Department that we could utilize and expand anywhere in the county that we needed to, where we put on what we call a BLS, or basic life support ambulance, that would be staffed by advanced EMTs, as opposed to a paramedic and an EMT. There are certain call types out there that we want to get the right resource to it and not send the most expensive resource to it every single time. So I know how frustrating it can be when you see 3 fire engines and an ambulance and all this equipment show up for somebody who may have fallen on a sidewalk or what have you. But that's really the goal, is to try to be more efficient with the resources we have and working with our partners. That kind of goes into that next point of getting an innovative system design, not only for the community, but also for the EMS workforce. We found that if people can work kind of at the top of their licensure level, they're happier. And if our paramedics are running the calls that a paramedic needs to go to, typically they're happier. And that goes for Ada County paramedics, but also for our fire department partners. As far as accomplishments from the current year, we've continued to be on that 56-hour work week schedule. It has reduced the amount of mandated overtime. If you think about sitting at home on let's say a Friday afternoon, you get a phone call from a battalion chief saying, guess what you're doing tomorrow? We were, before the 56-hour work week, unfortunately, we were doing a lot of that. And that has been reduced because of that new schedule. We have seen a lower amount of turnover in the last year, which has been a good thing. We just recently had 4 vacancies that we were able to fill with some of our volunteer reserves, which is a good thing. We relaunched our community paramedic program a year ago, May. And those community paramedics, if you think about, they're going out and talking to people that would be put on a mental hold, seeing if we can keep them out of the emergency department, because it turns out that emergency department is one of the most expensive places on the face of the earth, and get them the help they need without that additional expense. It's better for the patient because they don't necessarily need to be in the ER. But they also go out and do what are called field referrals. So any police officer, any fire department personnel or our personnel can refer a patient to the community paramedics where they can go out and get them additional help where maybe they don't need to call 911 as much, or get them resources so that they can eliminate trip hazards inside their home and be able to stay in their home and age in place longer, which is good for our community and our patients. We staffed up Medic 37, which is co-located at Meridian Fire Station 7. That was a good thing. We did get one new ambulance. We had 3 on order that we had out of our budget from last year. The build-out process, these were ordered in October of 2022 at the beginning of the FY23 budget, but the build-out process on ambulance has gone from, we used to be able to get them in about 18 months, and now we're looking at 36 months, and that's pretty standard across the industry right now. But with that, we did have some major repairs of 6 of our ambulances. We've had to replace, just in the last 6 weeks, 3 engines in our ambulances, and each one of those has come with a bill of $14,000 a piece. So, it's been a challenge keeping those vehicles in service, but we do have our additional ambulances coming from the ARPA funds that the board put forward last year, and so that's going to be a big help for us. One thing that we've done a lot of, and when I say we, this has mainly been, Mark Babson, who was sitting behind me here, but Mark came up with this idea of a ride-along tour, and we've had state representatives, the lieutenant governor, we've had many elected officials have participated in that ride-along experience. And what Mark does is it's not really just going out and riding along. He goes out and shows these folks and community partners what EMS really is, from the time somebody calls 911 to their delivery at the hospital, and how all of that meshes together and works together. So Mark's done a great job with that. We've also done a lot of Stop the Bleed and hands-only CPR classes for not only the community, but for a lot of Ada County departments. We just recently finished up several classes that we did for operations, as those folks are out doing their job for them to be able to either stop a bleed or do CPR, because we know it saves lives. Last year we had 13 life-saving award presentations where we're able to recognize the work that these EMS providers do in the system. It's always amazing when you're there with a patient that was in cardiac arrest and they're standing there with the people that went out and saved their lives. Pretty meaningful for people to do that. Through a grant purchase, we were able to get some McGrath video laryngoscopes. It's kind of the cutting edge of airway management, where we can actually, there's a little screen where we can see down into somebody's airway and make sure that we're placing that endotracheal tube where it's supposed to go. Where it used to be, you would literally be looking down into somebody's mouth and trying to visualize their vocal cords. So kind of the cutting edge innovation on that. We also just deployed our Zoll Z-Vent transport ventilators. Our previous ventilators were at end of life and were becoming unreliable, and these are state-of-the-art ventilators, and they are out in the field and being used today. One other thing, from a training standpoint, we just completed, this is a 3-year project to certify all of our EMS providers in the National Association of EMTs Emergency Vehicle Operator Safety course. So obviously, while we're out operating these ambulances, we want to be able to do it in the safest manner possible. So for FY25, and I've been telling folks in my department, FY25 unfortunately looks a lot like FY24. There isn't really any flash or bling in this budget. We're really just kind of doing what we did, or what we're doing currently in FY24, with the exception of a couple of different things. So one, we have met with the consultant on the GMT project, and they're anticipating that we'll see that first payment by the end of the year, fingers crossed. But another difficult decision that we had to make was we will be, outsourcing 100% of our billing services in the new fiscal year. That was a difficult decision to make, but at the end of the day, it saves us $250,000 a year at a minimum to do that. That was a tough thing, but again, trying to be good stewards of the resources that we're giving. In this budget, there are no new positions, no new vehicles, no new major medical equipment, and no new response stations. Our operating budget, we reduced it by $1,469,585. Capital budget was reduced by $25,396. And then as far as our personnel budget, that's the largest part of most any department's budget, but certainly ours. But we're going to continue our step plan for our field employees, where over the course of several years, they increase in the rate of pay each year. With that, one of the strategies is to not create any long-term vacancies. And I know Chief Shabbat, who's sitting behind me, Deputy Chief Shabbat has done his best at trying to fill those vacancies when they come open, as opposed to holding vacancies and then trying to put on a big academy for several people. We do have some market adjustments that we're requesting for FY25. HR has gone through these and recommended that we make these market adjustments. For the 3 EMS deputy chief positions with the 56-hour work schedule, we had some battalion chiefs that had bumped up to or past what the deputy chiefs were making. And that's an important thing, I think, when we look at that succession planning, that when you get a promotion, you should get a raise with that too, as opposed to taking less pay for a promotion. Our EMS vehicle maintenance officer positions, those are our mechanics. We want to keep them around because it's expensive to have somebody come in and learn all of the stuff that you have to learn about taking care of an ambulance as opposed to a regular vehicle. They're quite complex. They'll be getting, we're requesting a market adjustment for them. And then also our EMS logistics specialists. And I know, I think all 3 of the commissioners have been out to our building out back and all of the stuff that goes out there. We also supply all of the fire departments with their disposable medical supplies. And that's what those folks do. So total budget request personnel is $20,148,065. That's before obviously any kind of COLA or merit that I know the board is considering. Operating is a little over 5.2 million, and then capital for 62. As far as policy things that we've done here in the last year and will continue to do, the Access Executive Committee, we'll continue to work on that integration with our system partners, trying to be more efficient with the resources we have. The EMS Sustainability Task Force is still meeting, and we're going to look at coming back to the legislature next year to try to help some of the funding issues that EMS has, not only in Ada County, but statewide. We did participate in the EMS 101 at the Capitol, which you can see there's a little picture. I don't know where the cursor is, but that picture on the bottom was at that panel for the legislators. And then we did get a bill through the Senate last year, but then when it got to the House, it didn't get anywhere else. So we'll be going back after that this coming year. And then the picture on the upper left right, the upper left there was at EMS on the Hill, and you can see we were there with Senator Crapo. It's always good to go back and meet with our national delegation, because there are some things that affect EMS at a national level, and one of those is that Medicare funding. If they decide to get rid of the increases that they give us, 2%, 3%, and then that's 2% for urban, 3% for rural, 22.6% for super rural. If they get rid of that, EMS across the country is going to be hurting worse than it already is. So we have been encouraging them to keep that going. Our station locations, this map is kind of hard to see, but you can see that we have our stations distributed around the county so that we can get to that call in a timely manner when the person calls 911 for us. You can see that out of the 16 stations that we operate, only 6 of those are owned by the district itself. We co-locate with Boise, CUNA, and Meridian Fire. St. Luke's actually provides us with 3 stations and 1 from St. Al's, which it's always good to work with our system partners. As far as our personnel, this is how many people we have total: 154, 26 admin, and that includes education, logistics, mechanics, QA, and admin, and then 128 what we call field providers, and that's boots on the ground, EMTs, and paramedics. Just a kind of a snapshot of what the calendar year 23 looked like. We ran 36,000 calls, and quickly on to the next slide. So far this year, we're up by 6.22%. And you can see as we project out through the end of the year, it looks like we're probably going to end up on the higher side, somewhere in the neighborhood of 39 to 40,000 calls at the end of the year. So busier than ever, and unfortunately, we're just not able to come in and add personnel currently. When you look at the geographical call distribution around the county, this is a hotspot map. You can kind of see where we run the bulk of our calls around the area. And then looking at some of that innovation that I talked about is some of the potential of putting on these BLS units where fire has a paramedic on an engine. So if it was an ALS call, that fire medic can hop in and transport with us, but it's just a better use of our resources. So that's something that we'll be looking at in the next 3 to 5 years. As far as any kind of supplemental or extraordinary operating expenses or any kind of CIP requests for FY25, we have none. And so with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commission? You have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your service and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prosecutor is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Prosecutor Jan Bennett is responsible for the prosecutor's office, which is comprised of 2 main divisions, criminal and civil. The criminal division handles all felonies within Ada County and is also responsible for handling a wide variety of additional cases, including but not limited to misdemeanors, juvenile cases, and post-conviction matters. The criminal division also provides support to crime victims through the Victim Witness and Restitution Units, as well as its partnership with Ada County Victim Services Center. The Criminal Division also participates in drug courts, domestic violence court, mental health court, and veterans court. The Civil Division is engaged in a wide spectrum of government and civil practice, including litigation on behalf of Ada County and representing Ada County elected officials and departments. In addition, the Ada County's Prosecutor's Office has a legal intern program with several law students working within the criminal and civil divisions. This office also has a grant-funded deputy prosecutor stationed at the United States Attorney's Office focused on addressing drug trafficking. For their year's budget, they are flat, and they are also flat on their personnel. It is my pleasure now to introduce Prosecutor Jan Bennett.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, Commissioner Daly, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our FY25 budget this year. I also want to thank the Clerk's Office, IT, and HR for their assistance during our budget preparations in anticipation of FY25. And I also want to thank my team who helped me on my budget. And I know they don't want their names out loud, so I won't embarrass them, but I appreciate their hard work on this. So I would like to start with our mission. Whoops, this is all the way back. Let's see. Looks like it
You're going pretty
went
fast.
to the end. That's right. So we're going to go backwards, start. Which is, as you know, to ensure public safety and also to give our very, very best representation in the civil arena, doing a wide spectrum of civil practice work. So I wanted to talk for a moment about our budget successes from FY24. And this was, as we navigated through the year, we ended up reclassifying several positions to our rededicated Ada County Victim Services Center. We have several positions that were necessary, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And also proud to state that we were able to do that within our FY24 budget. We continue also to see expert witnesses be an issue in our cases. And if you recall, last year I asked for a significant increase to our FY24 budget regarding expert witnesses and litigation. They kind of go hand in hand in terms of the litigation practice that we do in the criminal division. And we continue to see that need for qualified experts to handle a lot of complex issues, including mental health and specialized crime areas that we need special experts for, anything from child homicides to major crimes where we are asking for and need expert witnesses to assist us during the trial process. We have seen a lot of complex mental health defenses, and as you can imagine, that does take a lot of time and effort and requires us to hire expert witnesses to help us navigate those cases. And what we're finding, in the past, we were able to utilize a lot of local experts, but now we have a shortage of those experts, in particular mental health and some of the other complicated areas that we deal with. And so we are having to go outside of our state to hire out-of-state experts. So far to date in our FY24, our costs are nearly at $200,000 in our expert witness line item alone. So I wanted to thank the commissioners for your support last year in giving me the increase to match our need in FY24. The other success that you approved last year is the Axon, and this, if you recall, this is our way to handle the on-body video cameras that come from law enforcement. We have thousands and thousands of those every year that we're having to navigate. And so this Axon system that you last year approved has allowed us to be much more efficient in the work that we're doing, and I wanted to kind of walk through that. So we are learning more and more about it as the year goes on, ways to streamline and to benefit the county overall. One of the benefits that we talked about last year is taking these videos off our storage, county storage, and then they're being stored on Axon. We haven't made that transition yet, but we plan on doing that, which will be an efficiency for IT and not having those videos, which, as you can imagine, take up a lot of space. So there's not a new increase this year that we're asking for Axon, just asking that you continue that funding. It hasn't gone up. There's not anything like that we're asking for, but I wanted you to hear the successes that we've had. It has helped meet the needs that other agencies, again, we are taking that video in from other law enforcement agencies so that we can then turn it around and send it to defense counsel for discovery and then in court as we use it for evidence. So this has helped us meet that increased need, as well as increasing the efficiencies in our case preparation and resolution by having this additional platform that we're using. One of the benefits is it allows us to transcribe. So if we have an on-body video, we can transcribe, or we can plug other audio or video into the system, and it will transcribe it, which in real time is very helpful for us, whether we're prepping for trial or if we're in trial. Having that real-time transcript helps us because we can do word searches and we can find things that we weren't able to do before without taking time or a recess or taking employee time to review an entire video to get to the part that we need. And so we have definitely decreased the employee time in preparation for trial and increased our efficiency there. And then the last thing that you may recall from last year, we can synchronize various on-body video so we can present that to a jury or defense attorneys can look at it. So in real time, you can see through the video what was happening, and you can use different angles from the different officers as they were at a scene or involved in a particular situation. I wanted to talk just a moment about our budget preparation process for FY25, which is very similar to what we do every year. And I appreciated the clerk's office and Trent for sort of helping us with the various tools that we're able to access. The budget tools are extremely helpful because we can dive down into each line item and to figure out exactly where that sweet spot is. I'm always trying to find, not over budgeting, not under budgeting every year. And so we look at all the line items, and we did that again this year with a thorough and comprehensive review of all of the A budget personnel, as well as the B budget review of all the line items. I am not asking for, as the clerk stated, I'm not asking for supplementals. I don't have additional personnel requests. I am flat this year, but what I've done is had to navigate moving different items and funding from one line item to another. And also what I did is move some B budget items to A to cover any increases in the A budget, which I will get to in just a minute. So an overview of the focus for our budget this year is retention, and I'm going to talk about all these in more detail, but I wanted to give you an overview. And retention is always an issue. We always are looking at retaining our employees. I think as our Ada County Paramedics Office just talked about, we spend a lot of time training our prosecutors, and so retention is very, very important for us. And so we're going to be asking for market adjustments for the Attorney 1 entry-level position. Also, I'm, like I said, have kept flat and able to do all this within my current budget, but all of that is with the goal that the commissioners will approve COLA and merit, which I know is on your radar and that you're talking about. The second focus was ensuring that we could fund the operations at the Ada County Victim Services Center, both personnel and operational budget. And I'll talk in more detail about those, as well as looking at a juvenile division remodel to increase the security in our entry and reception area. And then lastly, it's IT's intention to update to Windows 11, which is going to require us to purchase more computers. Again, I'll talk in more detail about those in a moment, but those were our focuses for FY25. I wanted to start with the Ada County Victim Services Center. As you're well aware, we have shifted in how we are funding the Ada County Victim Services Center from a couple of standpoints. Mostly it is the same that it was last year, but the difference is we have taken over, the Ada County, my office in particular, has taken over the reception area as well as the executive operations over there, and have reclassed positions within my office to fund those. First and foremost is our executive director, so that is now within the Ada County Victim Services Center department. I also specifically took a division and created a division for the Ada County Victim Services Center so that we can track the funding that goes directly there, so that I can bring that to you, and you can look at that separately to know how we're standing up the center. We also have reclassed a position for office management, and she's doing much more than just that, but she is certainly an important and integral part of the Ada County Victim Services Center, as well as reception, having a person at the front to help victims as they come through the door to navigate. The other thing that we were doing last year, but just to remind you, is we have a victim witness coordinator who's also now upfront and is helping victims access the various partners and services at the Ada County Victim Service Center. So those, again, as I mentioned, are not an additional cost to the county. I'm not asking for additional funding this year for those. I was able to do that within my budget. And I, again, want to thank the board for your support as we have rededicated the Ada County Victim Services Center. As you can see here are all the partners who are resources or partners who are co-located at the Ada County Victim Services Center. And it is comprehensive. I won't read them all to you, but it is everything from our medical teams from St. Alphonsus and St. Luke's to the St. Luke's CARES team, which does the forensic exams for child abuse victims. We're excited to welcome Terry Riley for counseling services. It's my understanding that they will be in the door in July and available to assist our victims with counseling needs. And then again, you can see all the partners, everyone from WCA to our law enforcement partners and the Idaho Network of Child Advocacy, Adult Protective Services. And we are very thrilled with where we are at the Ada County Victim Services Center, including our numbers. And I don't have today all the numbers. We have kind of recreated how we're going to be keeping statistics, but I can share a few with you. This one is focused on the medical side of what we do at the center. And as you can see here, the Child Abuse Cares Unit in 2023 and through April of 24 saw 1,015 children in the CARES unit. And you can see also the sexual assault, domestic violence cases, 154 sexual assault and 141 domestic violence and sexual assault cases. And again, I'll bring more robust statistics to you next year as we have sort of redeveloped how we're keeping our stats. The one stat that does interface with our office is what we call DV Core, which is our Domestic Violence Case Orientation and Resource Program. That is a program that we started in our office really back in 2004, so a long time. But we interface with the center with victims of domestic violence where they were victimized the night of an arrest. We will see that victim the next day at the Ada County Victim Services Center. And not all victims attend that program. It is voluntary. It's offered to provide kind of gap resources in that emergency time before the case gets too far down the criminal justice system. It allows our prosecutor to meet with a victim and get information. Also, victim witness coordinators meet with the victim to brainstorm resources to deal with kind of that crisis intervention and help them get to the resources that they need. And then, of course, they're at the victim center, so we give them a warm handoff to all the partner resources that are at the center. So between 2021 and through 2023, our office handled 1,307 felony attempted strangulation cases, as well as felony and misdemeanor DV cases. And of those, 431 attended our DV Core program at the Victim Center, which is a lot of victims that we're helping get to crisis intervention and services that they need. So now turning to our B budget, the operating and capital side of our budget, the only capital project that we anticipate in 2025, fiscal 25, is a juvenile division security remodel. Essentially now people can walk right in the front door at our office. They come through the front door at the juvenile center, but then they come to our office and they can walk right in to and basically right to a person, which we have determined is a security issue. And so what we're doing is we're gonna create a reception area that people have to be buzzed back into our area, just as an additional security measure. And so we have been working with operations, and we believe it will be about $25,000 for that. We're working on the project, so that is our best estimate in terms of what it will cost. Again, I was able to move some items from my line items throughout my B budget to fund this without asking for additional funding. But we do anticipate increased security for our team, and it's been something that we've been wanting to do for a while. So I appreciate the assistance of operations in helping us determine the best way to do that and to ensure the safety of our team. And then, as I indicated earlier, IT is doing a mandatory Windows 11 update by October of 2025. And again, I appreciate IT letting us know that so that I can include that in our budget. So we need to replace 32 desktops and some laptops that have reached the end of life in order to fulfill that. So between all the 25,000 and the new desktops, again, I've funded that within my current budget. Turning to our A budget, I mentioned a little bit that we struggle with recruiting and retention, although I have to say that we are seeing a lot of improvement in that area. So last fall, I reached out and early this year, to our Human Resources Department and Bethany Cowley, asking if we could have a compensation study done for the attorney staff to determine, are we meeting our market with regard to attorneys? And as you recall, we have different levels of attorneys. Attorney 1 is our starting salary, our entry level. And after reviewing that compensation analysis that HR did for us, we are not meeting the mark at our entry level. So I'm asking the board to approve increasing our entry level to $79,000, which would be within the market analysis that was done by HR. And again, I want to thank Bethany and her team for the help with regard to that. I can fund that within my current budget, and I'm just asking for approval for that. I've also been very mindful of, as you all know, compression. So we believe that this won't cause compression up the line. And in particular, again, knowing that you are looking at COLA and merit, and I support that wholeheartedly. So looking at both of those things, we won't see compression. I think we can work within the COLA merit as well as the $79,000 not to have the compression for the levels above Attorney 1. With that being said, we have 5 openings. We anticipate hiring all the other openings we have for prosecutors. Some of them are conditional on passing the bar and things like that. But we anticipate only having 5 openings, and I hope to have those filled by FY25 in October. We're actively recruiting, and we're looking at applicants. One of those 5 openings was created by retirement. And so although turnover is not my favorite thing, I do, at least when we have retirement, I am glad that we were able to retain people through retirement. So I wanted to spend a few minutes on our statistics to show our successes and accomplishments throughout the year of FY. Well, these are annual numbers, so it's actually 2023 numbers. I try to do apples to apples as best I can, so it's not always on a fiscal. But in 2023, we collected and distributed back to crime victims $2.2 million in restitution, which is an incredible amount of work, but also an accomplishment. And I think I've mentioned in the past that the victims who receive restitution are incredibly grateful to our office and to the Ada County team for getting them the restitution back. We handled on-call hours of 438 in 2023, and those are after hours, so that is nights and weekends and vacations that our on-call team is responding to law enforcement calls for assistance, either for search warrants or arrest warrants or fielding questions that they may have after hours. We did 260 criminal jury trials, which is an incredible amount of trials in a year, and those numbers keep creeping up every year, which the equivalent of that was 557 days in jury trial. I mentioned earlier our domestic violence cases. Last year, between felony attempted strangulation and felony and misdemeanor DVs, we handled 514 cases. and 229 child abuse cases. I also wanted to spend a moment on the work that we do as a system, criminal justice system here in Ada County, and I know you hear about this every year, but I wanted to just give a snapshot that we are involved and participating in 3 drug courts, a mental health court and a veterans court, which is approximately 350 participants at any given time. And we have a full-time dedicated prosecutor who handles those cases for us, and it keeps him very busy. And I'm sure that at some point I will be asking for more funding for staffing that as that grows. But for now, he's very busy, but he is able to manage the caseload. So I wanted to give you a snapshot over the last 5 years of our workloads that we do, so in the criminal division. And you can see from 2019 to 2023. So we kind of ebb and flow, but in 2019, our workloads were over 19,238. And I want to explain what our workloads are. It includes everything that you know in terms of the felony work that we do, the misdemeanors, infractions, and all the criminal cases. But it also includes things like child protection, our juvenile caseload, and really everything that we're doing, post-convictions. Try to keep track of all that because it does impact our staffing and how many people we need. So it isn't just the criminal cases that we're handling in the felony division or the misdemeanor division. It is cases that we do outside of that. It also includes, for example, the search warrants and the arrest warrants and things like that we're doing on call. So it's really kind of, as best I can, looking at everything that we're doing so that I can keep track, not just of the numbers, but of staffing. So we've, like I said, ebbed and flowed from 19,000 in 2019, and we're 18,382 in 2023. So again, I can't capture every single thing that our office is doing, but this gives us a good snapshot of what I can keep track of. Every year, I try to bring you our homicide overview, our homicide cases, and in FY24, we had 8 homicide sentencings. 5 have been sentenced, and 3 will be sentenced before the end of FY24. Of note, 3 were DUI, vehicular manslaughters, and 2 were following convictions after a jury trial. Those were actually in 2024 in the last few months, where we went to trial in those cases and got convictions in both of them. I'm going to shift now to our case outcomes. Over the last, I would say, 8 to 10 years, I've worked to develop a system to compile data. Based on the last slide, you can see some of the efforts that I've taken to try to collect data. It has always been difficult to do that. It is time-consuming, and we don't really have a program at this time that helps us collect that data. And I'll foreshadow that I'm working on that, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But a few years ago, I think during the budget process, there were questions about sort of our outcomes in our criminal cases. And so we tried to do a deep dive to try to figure out how I could give you some of that data. So how we went about doing that, so part of why it takes a little bit of time to figure that out is we get raw data from the Idaho Supreme Court, from their case management system that works through the clerk's office. And so the cases that come to court, and then the clerks will code cases as they resolve, and then that raw data is captured by the Idaho Supreme Court. And so we looked at our cases from 2023, and we got that raw data from the Idaho Supreme Court. It came to us in a spreadsheet, and we had to eliminate duplicates because there are a lot of duplicate cases in there. So we sorted the spreadsheet so that we would get one outcome instead of like over counting our numbers. And so we were able to do that. We identified 6,140 cases that had reached conclusion so far in 2023. And of those, 5,139 had a guilty disposition on one or more of the counts, whether by guilty verdict or by guilty plea. So we identified a few cases that 205 of those are what we call fugitive cases. So those cases We handle cases from out of state where someone's wanted in another state. So we took those cases out because once we process them, they're not necessarily an outcome for us. They're us helping to get someone to another state who's wanted in another state. And so the remainder was 796. And so I wanted to do a deep dive and take a closer look at the 796 cases, which, according to the spreadsheet data, did not show a guilty conviction. So we looked at 173 as a sample, and we found 95 of those were also convictions, either as related to a global resolution with another case or an actual conviction in that case. So assuming that sampling, our conviction rate actually went from 86.6% to over 90%. And so I wanted to give you that snapshot because I think it's important to show outcomes of what we're doing and how we're handling those cases. So I would stand for further questions on that at the end, but I wanted to let you know the process by which we went through that. And looking at the Supreme Court data, it is something that I want to now develop in our system, a way for us to come to the outcomes without having to kind of go through that entire process. I'd like to be able to kind of have that at our fingertips and not having to go through that long process to get to the data and look kind of case by case at each outcome. And so, again, foreshadowing something that we're going to be working on in the future. I want to also give you a snapshot of our civil division, which I try to do every year. As you know, you see our civil team more as they work on your behalf. But a snapshot of their hours assisting clients is over 16,300 hours. The workloads were 1,731. And we also break out, like I do in the criminal division, our cases. So we have 337 cases that we're working on. So those are cases that are going to court where there's an actual lawsuit or litigation, and 192 public record requests where our clients are asking us for assistance on those. We don't handle the ones that our clients can handle themselves, but if they have questions and need legal advice, that's the amount that we did last year. So as a recap, I'm not asking for supplementals. I'm not asking for additional personnel. I don't have any extraordinary operating expenses, but I am asking that we adjust our Attorney 1 starting salary to $79,000. And again, I've been able to reallocate operating B budget to personnel A budget to do that. And then I have also, as I indicated earlier, funded the Ada County Victim Center B budget, as well as setting up a separate division. So going forward, I can be asking the board for specific line item increases on the Ada County Victim Service budget versus direct prosecutor budget. And then, of course, the two that I've already talked about, the juvenile department remodel and the laptop replacement and desktop replacement. I do want to spend just a moment to preview our FY26, what I anticipate as we move forward, and maybe next year when I'm standing here, maybe making additional requests. So by way of background, the Supreme Court asked us back 2014, several years ago, and the public defender as well, to use the attorney manager system, which was the attorney side of the court system that dovetails into the court's case management. All of it is called Odyssey, essentially, but it has different components to it. So we have been interfacing with that system since approximately August of 2016. We did help design that system. We've been using it ever since, and we loaded our forms in, and we've had an interface with other agencies and offices like the clerk's office. So earlier this month, the Supreme Court changed their part of the interface and changed our access to our part of the shared system. So we didn't know this was coming until shortly before it was rolled out. And so it was after our budgets had already been submitted. So there's nothing that I can do currently, at least at this point, to ask for additional funding to try to address the issue, which essentially we're going to be moving from that attorney manager system to our own system that we're going to be building out because the access has changed and it doesn't make sense for us to move forward anymore on the attorney manager system. So I want to take a moment to thank Stephen O'Mara and our IT department for assisting us in navigating the impact that this transition has had on our office. It rolled out on May 13th, and in the first 2 weeks, we were nearly crippled in terms of being able to do the work that we need to do every day. But for the IT department for helping us stand up whatever we could to try to get through that, and I greatly appreciate Judge Hippler and Sandra and the other partners in their grace as we were trying to navigate all of that. We are currently stabilizing. I think our IT worked with the court's IT to figure out some of the issues and how we could at least stand it up while we build a system that will take the place of the attorney manager system. So long term, we're not going to be having the interfaces that we've had before with the court system. So we, at this point, are looking to pivot to our on-base system, which you all know is Epic. But we have our data stored in on-base in the criminal division, but what we don't have is that interface and that tasking that we're doing in the attorney manager system. So those are the areas that we have to build out. And I want to thank again Stephen O'Mara and his team because they are making this a top priority. And I appreciate that very much because the sooner that we can get that, the better off we're going to be able to continue the work that we're doing and make this transition. I've met with his team and they are prioritizing building out our current on-base system to do what we need to do in order to continue to do the work and to get our cases filed and the interface that we have with the court in a different way. So thank you to him and more to follow. I will keep you posted on our efforts, but I hope that we can have that accomplished as soon as possible. So before I close, I just wanted to spend a moment highlighting some of the community successes. Obviously, it's difficult to outline every single one here, or I'd be here for another hour and a half. But I hope that the statistics I provided have given you a glimpse into the work that my team is doing every day to fulfill the mission to seek justice and protect our community, as well as handle the workloads that flow through the civil division. I do receive a steady stream of letters from victims and community members who express appreciation and praise for the work that our criminal division does, as well as the work for the community. And I also receive similar praise from our clients and others who interface with the civil division. The community pieces here are, again, just a snapshot, but we are dedicated to our community engagement and have a PIO who works with us and helps us organize a lot of the community engagement that we do, and she has really raised the bar for us in terms of community engagement. You can see that we accomplished that goal by raising awareness about the cases we handle through press releases. We do regularly issue press releases to share our case outcomes with the community, in particular ones where there's community interest. We also participate in crime prevention awareness campaigns and projects to prevent crime, like the one you see here on online fraud. We also increase our community outreach and partner with others offices like you, the Board of County Commissioners, rededicating the Victim Center, and also doing the proclamations that you do to raise awareness about crime victims and the particular vulnerable victims in our community. And then we also do things like hosting events for the 4-H Club that have a Know Your Government project where they learn about different branches of government. We host them and we talk about the criminal justice system and our office and what we do as a prosecutor's office. And I was also fortunate to write an article that was featured in our Advocate, which is our state bar publication, discussing the application of the constitutional and statutory rights of victims. And so it was a great opportunity to share with our professional lawyers across the state those viewpoints in terms of victims' rights and the impact on victims of crime. So before I close, I really want to thank my team of women and men who are absolutely incredible, and I could not be more proud of them. They are so hardworking and so inspiring. And honestly, watching them again in the last month, the resilience that they face in challenges, not just the software challenges that we've had, but obviously the caseloads and the difficult subject matters that they encounter on a daily basis. They're committed to serving not only the community, but they are committed to community protection and also serving our clients like you, the board, and the other elected officials and department heads to ensure that we're giving the very best service not only to our clients, but to our community, both from the criminal division and the civil division. So I'm very proud of them and thank them for their hard work every single day. And with that, I stand for questions.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation and appreciate your hard work and dedication. I do have a few questions.
Sure.
I want to congratulate you on the work that you accomplished at the Ada County Victim Services Center. I know that was a long time coming, and it took it's a big, heavy load, and I appreciate your office and your staff and getting that accomplished. And I'm particularly happy with the new partners that are in the board, both the WCA and Terry Riley and others.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think
Appreciate
that's
that.
great. I did have a question on, are you able to get all the, with Odyssey, I know that was a problem here recently. Were you able to get all the information you need to do your cases? Because I know that you had a hard time with that a while back.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Yes, we are actually today, I think, rolling out what our IT department was able to track some of the issues that were happening behind the scene, and then working with the court as well. We were able to figure out how to stand us up, and we're rolling that out. I don't quite have it yet myself, so I can't personally say that it's working, but our testers have been testing it and it's working for them. So we do anticipate hopefully by the end of the week, if not sooner, having that solution stood up so that we can do the work. I know that we have missed deadlines. In fact, I heard of one yesterday, and I, again, really want to thank Judge Hippler and Sandra for helping us and giving us grace, and the court giving us grace if we're missing deadlines. I know, in fairness, also the public defenders have had similar issues, and so again, I really thank everyone for coming together to help us stand that up, and we do anticipate having that stood up by the end of the week, and then eventually our access is going to change, and so that's why we're doing the on-base solution.
Well, I'm glad you're at least on the way to getting it
you.
fully repaired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I
You know,
appreciate it.
that was a difficult, it's difficult when you can't get all the information that you need and whatnot. The other question, I noticed you have not a significant, but at least a reduction in cases from 2019 to 2023 with our increasing population. What do you attribute that to?
You know, that's $1 million question. It's always hard to answer that of crime and how it works. I think it really depends. I do think COVID, certainly the COVID years may have had an impact, but it's really hard to say what that is. I think, I would hope that it's our community is safe and we, take crime seriously and we prosecute cases. Of course, individual cases, we look at every case individually, but I would hope that it is a sign that our community is safe and that the work that we do in conjunction with law enforcement, we do our best to keep the community a safe place to raise families and enjoy our community. But it is really hard to tell you exactly why that is. I know
I think
COVID.
it's a good thing.
I think it's a good thing. I also think COVID, did play a role in that ebb and flow. So we'll continue to see the statistics as the years come. But it also really, I think, is another validation for us to get our own data system so that, because a lot of what we're doing here is I'm having to hand count and having to have our team hand count. And so in talking with Director O'Mara, I really do want a robust statistical and data database so that we can easily get these stats, build them so that, maybe we can get to some of the underlying things to answer some of those questions a little more detailed.
Do you think the reduction in workloads has contributed to your flat budget request?
It certainly doesn't hurt. I will say, even though we're flat, we have struggled to retain people and to get applicants in. And so I think now that I'm seeing, and so as a consequence, the rest of the team is working very hard. But I'm not going to come and ask for more people when I still need to hire people. I am heartened by the fact that we hopefully will have all our positions filled by October. That's certainly my goal. And we only have 5 openings right now. So very, very glad about that. I think it does help, but with not always being fully staffed, it also means the rest of the team is carrying a heavier load.
Well, I applaud your efforts on your accumulation of data, because both with the conviction rate and your caseloads and so forth, because to me, the proper administration of justice is a solid system, and it seems like you have a very solid system, and I applaud you for that.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Chairman.
Any other questions?
Go ahead.
Good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So for our Ada County Victim Services Center, is the county paying more for that now than under its previous incarnation?
I wouldn't say, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I wouldn't say more because I was able to do it within our budget, but we have put more resources over there. So it hasn't increased what you're paying, because at this point I have absorbed that, looking at my budget and doing the best I could to stand that up without having to increase and ask for increases. But certainly we put more resources over there. I've just shifted where those resources were going.
Has there been any progress made on maybe starting a new nonprofit foundation to help supplement the center with fundraising?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, yes. Actually, we are in the process of doing the paperwork right now, so anticipate having that up and running very soon.
I was just curious for, when we house these out of county, large trials that take up a lot of resources in the building, does that affect your office at all? Access to court space, access to jurors, that type of thing?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, the impact to us was we did set aside space for the prosecution team and the law enforcement teams. So it did not directly impact financially. And I also would give a thanks to IT Director O'Mara again, because he provided an additional space outside in the hallway, the conference room space. So between my office and his office, we were able to provide that space for them. But it didn't impact us in terms of, sort of day-to-day or expenses.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you again for your presentation and for your flat budget and for your diligence in doing that. But, and a couple of other things, the U.S. Attorney and the drug trafficking, how exactly does that work? And I appreciate the fact that you're focusing on that, because that's something in our community that we need to address. So exactly how does that work, your interface?
Thank you, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daly. So first and foremost, the funding is through our high-intensity drug trafficking task force grant. So it's not funded through county tax dollars, but through this grant. And it works, the deputy prosecutor works for our office, employed by our office, and is paid through that grant, but is supervised by the U.S. Attorney and his team, and they work in conjunction with kind of the borders of Idaho, so that particularly when it crosses from Idaho into another state or another state into Idaho, the U.S. Attorney has jurisdiction to handle that. Our office would not have jurisdiction to handle those cross-border drug trafficking cases. And so that is sort of the focus where they focus their time. And so that supervision occurs at the U.S. Attorney's office, but we interface with the deputy prosecutor and with the U.S. Attorney on a regular basis to make sure that we're communicating and we understand the cases that person's handling and the volume of cases they're handling. And then one of my criminal chiefs, Scott Bandy, goes to the meetings on a regular basis where we all collaborate about, where are we focusing the person's time, We work also in conjunction with the U.S. Attorney to determine what cases are cases that our prosecutor's office will handle versus what they will handle. And typically, like I said, they're focusing theirs on kind of that interstate commerce back and forth between states where we would not have jurisdiction. So I do think it's a program that's working very well. The cooperation with all the partners and the people involved, it's a significant effort, and I think it pays off for our community.
Thank you, because that's an important part of us protecting ourselves against some of the things that are happening in other parts of the world and our country that we can address directly here, even though we don't have a border with other states, et cetera. So,
Well, and Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daly, we also have a steady amount, and I don't have a statistic. I could probably try to get one for you, but our office also handles a lot of drug trafficking cases just within the Ada County jurisdiction. So it's kind of a multi-effort, both working with U.S. Attorney, but also we have a significant focus here as well in handling and prosecuting those cases.
so thank you. And again, the Victim Service Center, because my previous life I did some volunteer work with that for the effort that you made, your office made in terms of rejuvenizing that in a different way, but so that we can in fact have that for our community. So I appreciate that as well, and anything we can do to help move that along, appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One of the things that the chairman talked about in terms of the statistics, does that relate to how you refine your statistics, how you refine what you do actually take on for prosecution in terms of how, when cases are presented to you, you refine them in a way that would be helpful both to the victim as well as to the individual and then to the community at large for protection?
Thank you. Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daly certainly plays a role in looking at resources. First of all, what our numbers are and how we do that. In terms of outcomes, it's certainly instructive, but it doesn't always mean that, for example, if we take a case to trial and we get a not guilty verdict, doesn't mean that we didn't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It just means because in order to go to a jury, we do have to have that abiding belief that we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So it is instructive to know what our outcomes are, and we always, every single case, are debriefing not only how we could do better as a prosecutor's office in terms of presentation to juries, and frankly, that's whether you get a conviction after trial or not, it is looking at how we can improve. I have highly dedicated people who are always looking to improve, so it certainly can instruct. But statistics, in terms of, I'm always, very careful and thoughtful about how you use statistics and making sure that they're accurate and what they say and what it means. And so there's so much nuance, especially in, the statistics that we have, that I'm very careful in how I use them and make sure that it is instructive, but you have to dive in and you have to look at individual cases to really make sure that you understand, what they mean so that you can accurately report out, which is really what I'm hoping to do in the future with our new stats that hopefully we can build with IT.
And the final thing, thank you for your outreach to the community, because I think the community needs to know what we're doing and how we're doing it and how we're spending their money to protect the community in your case. So I appreciate the fact that you're reaching out to the community and letting them know what you are doing in their behalf.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Again, I'm heartened by the reduction in your caseloads from 2019 to now. I hope that trend continues, because that does speak volumes about why people are moving here. They want to move here to move into a safe community. And,
Thank you, Chairman.
And I think that sort of is emblematic of the safety of this community. So anyway,
Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Commissioners.
appreciate your work and everything you do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Yes,
it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to take a little break. We'll take a recess until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll see everybody back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. We recess till the hour of 3. It's the hour of 3, so we'll take up again. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Ada County Procurement is led by Director Bob Perkins, CPPO, CPPB, NIGP, CPP,
FYA.
and performs essential procurement services for all of Ada County offices and departments. In accordance with the board's procurement policies, they are responsible for the procurement of all county supplies, equipment, services, and construction in excess of $7,500. Procurement also is responsible for the management of the county's fleet and the disposition of county surplus. Procurement's mission is to secure the maximum value for each tax dollar, each taxpayer dollar. They do this by instituting efficient internal processes and best practices combined with outreach efforts to help local businesses understand the county's procurement needs. For this year's budget, procurement and fleet management slightly over the allocation due to 7 personal salary adjustments, as well as some supplementals for capital operating associated with the fleet management program. Their personnel budget or their personnel numbers are flat. At this point, I'd like to introduce Bob Perkins, who will brief procurement, followed by Ken Sinclair, who will brief on the fleet management.
Thanks.
We're all done.
Is that your first slide? There you go.
Thanks, Trent.
Well, good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman,
How are you
Commissioners.
today?
Doing good. How are you guys? Holding out all right?
Well, have you got some bids to open for us?
Not right now. You'll see me next Tuesday.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, thank you for your time this afternoon. Really appreciate the time with you this afternoon to go over the Procurement Department's budget for FY25. But before I jump into the presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a few folks. First, I'd like to thank you, the board, for all of your support and leadership. You guys give us the tools and resources we need to do the job that we do. And because of that, we're one of the top procurement programs in the country. So thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. I also want to thank Chief Operating Officer Steve Rutherford for all of his help, and also all of the board staff. They're tremendously helpful through the year, and really appreciate all that they do. I also want to give a quick shout out to the HR department. They help us with our market research and our special salary adjustment research. And so thank you, Bethany and HR team, for all that you do. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the operations department and IT department for all they do to keep our operations going. So thank you to Bob Carney and Stephen O'Mara and all of their staff for all they do to keep us up and running. And also thank you to Trent's office for all of the budget help. So to Tim, Sarah, Kobe, and Kimberly, thank you so much. And a huge thanks to the Prosecuting Attorney's office for all their legal guidance and help throughout the year. Jan has an incredibly gifted team of attorneys that help us. And I also want to thank, speaking of the Prosecuting Attorney's office, I want to thank Lorna Jorgensen, who's going to be retiring soon, for all her help and work through the years. You may not know, but Lorna and I worked on some procurement legislation that really changed how political subdivision procurements are made. And that was all done in 2017, and it was largely the help of Lorna and a couple other attorneys in the PA's office. So I want to thank them. Also, thanks to our clients that we work with day in and day out. We're really lucky here in the county. We have great departments and offices that are truly a pleasure to work with. And then finally, I want to thank my amazing procurement team. that makes everything we do seem easy, and I can assure you that it's not. So pictured up on this slide is our procurement team. Our team's mission in procurement is to secure the best value for the county and to be prudent with taxpayer dollars by investing in our core values, which are integrity, trust, value, and accountability. Each day, my staff walks through those doors, purpose-driven to these values and mission statements. They find ways to make sure the county is getting the best value and with the highest level of professionalism. So some notable highlights in FY24 that I'd like to make mention of in my presentation today include the implementation of the county's ERP system known as Ada Central Finance. That's kept us quite busy. We have several areas where procurement has contributed to saving the county dollars. And ARPA projects keep us hopping. FY24 saw many of these projects come to light. And over the last few years, procurement has been racking up their awards and recognition. And I would like to highlight a few of these from this last year. And then finally, I want to make mention of the fleet management. Fleet management has made some really great strides this last year, and there's more to come. So pictured in this slide is my staff alongside the juvenile services staff. So last Christmas, the procurement staff gathered a few items to help stock the bridge with some needed items that they needed. What a wonderful program that Allison and her team have out there to assist families. So talk a little bit about ERP. The implementation of Oracle ERP, also known as Ada Central Finance, was a huge lift for the county. We moved from a homegrown finance system to a state-of-the-art ERP system. The system itself is a major shift in how expenditures are handled financially for the county. Every single expenditure requires a purchase order. As such, this increased our purchase order and spend volume significantly. I will show a couple slides of the impact in a moment. That being said, from a procurement perspective, we are seeing a majority of the expenditures in the county, and this is a good thing. This allows our staff to review the purchases more closely for contracts, correct amounts, compliance with Idaho code and county policy, and also risk. Additionally, we are seeing data that we were not able to retrieve before. In terms of reporting, we are super excited of being able to analyze more data and provide better reporting. So the first slide I want to highlight regarding the impact of ERP is the number of requisitions we are processing. So far, we have processed 9,500 requisitions year to date versus the 5,414 that we did all last year. By year end, we'll see around 14,000 requisitions. I can tell you that October of 2023 was incredibly challenging for my staff. The onslaught of requisitions coupled with some minor implementation hiccups caused a backlog of requisitions. It seemed daunting at the time, and so much so that we were strongly considering asking the board for another person to help us out down there. But my staff, they rolled up their sleeves and tackled the adversity and got us back on track. This took a great deal of effort and extra time on their behalf, and that effort is ongoing. So in terms of purchase order spend through our doors, those requisitions year to date equate to $74.1 million. Compared to our 5-year average of $26 million. We are on track to process $100 million worth of POs this year. Simply put, we are seeing more dollars through our doors. So I want to touch briefly on savings to the county this year. Ada County Marketplace continues to help internal offices and departments with their office equipment needs. For those unfamiliar with Marketplace, this is an internal webpage where offices and departments can offer up used office supplies, office equipment, and other items to offer to other offices. This allows other offices the opportunity to have those items reallocated to them as opposed to purchasing new. Marketplace continues to shine as an example of internal collaboration and the sharing of resources. Over the course of the last 4 years, we have seen more and more use of Ada County Marketplace, and all totaled, a little over $100,000 worth of items have been reallocated. So continue on with savings to the county. In regards to project savings, we endeavor to save about 6% on our projects. This is that sweet spot between where projects have been accurately budgeted and still have room for savings. So in FY23, we were able to save 6% from project budgets, which amounted to about $4 million in savings. So far in FY24, we have had some significant savings on a few projects that amount to around 25% savings. For items that cannot be reallocated in the county via Ada County Marketplace, we use auctions to surplus the items. Typically, we'll see anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 in auction proceeds. This year alone, we're already at $73,000. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 allocated grant dollars to Ada County. Our department has assisted in solicitation for these projects. Some notable projects in the works include Expo Idaho Park. This is a once-in-a-lifetime park for county residents. Landfill groundwater treatment. This is a groundwater treatment system to help purify water going back into our aquifer. Hubbard Reservoir Aquifer Storage Recovery. This is a study to look at models to inject groundwater back into our aquifer. Rooftop unit replacements for buildings. We're replacing 38 worn-out rooftop units at county facilities that would otherwise need to be replaced in the coming years out of general fund. Greenbelt Pathway Project, a fortified greenbelt where the 2017 flooding caused riverbank and greenbelt issues. So these are some of the ARPA projects that we're working on right now. We always love the public works projects in procurement because we can say we had a hand in it. These are the projects that everybody gets to see and we continue to see, and we can tell our children and grandchildren that we participated in those projects. So on to my favorite part of the budget presentation and my proud moment as a director, and that's going over some of our staff awards and recognition this past year. So first up, we have Alyssa Ellington. She was awarded the National Institute for Governmental Procurement's Young Professional of the Year. This is a national award that recognizes a young professional that has made significant contributions to the procurement profession. Alyssa is nationally known and is an NIGP ambassador for the Pacific Northwest and Canada. Evan Amidon was awarded the 2023 Power User of the Year Award from Bonfire. And he also won the 2024 Buyer of the Year Award from Idaho Public Purchasing Association. Evan is also currently nominated nationally for the National Institute for Governmental Purchasing for Procurement Specialist of the Year. Evan has been with the county 7 years and has seen tremendous growth professionally. Robin Swaney was elected to the 2024 President of Idaho Public Purchasing Association. Robin is leading that organization on a fantastic path of growth and professionalism. Kathy Corliss, Procurement Analyst, was elected to Boise City Council this last year. Kathy sits on the Compass, Boise City Ada County Housing Authority Board, and the City of Boise Public Works Commission. Kathy is loving the opportunity to be actively involved in the community and the servant leadership role. Evan and Robin passed their CPP exams and are now NIGP certified procurement professionals. They are both duly certified with their certified professional public buyer and the NIGP CPP. Most of our procurement staff is professionally certified in our office. It really shows the level and dedication and the commitment from my team and their engagement in the profession. Then I want to recognize Ken Sinclair, Ada County's fleet manager. He has done an amazing job transitioning the county from a decentralized fleet to a managed approach. He is methodically right-sizing the fleet, implementing technologies to better understand our fleet, and strategizing the best use of our fleet throughout the county. To say I'm excited about the journey that Ken's taking us on is an understatement. Ken has a few minutes here shortly to talk about the achievements in his short time with the county, so I won't take away from his thunder. I'll let him tell you what he's been doing. So thanks, Ken, for all you've done. And finally, I want to make mention of the third year in a row, Ada County Procurement was awarded the National Procurement Institute's Achievement of Excellence in Procurement. We are the first and only government agency in the state of Idaho to receive this award, and only one of 179 agencies across the United States and Canada to be recognized for this achievement. We are judged on our best practices criteria and are measured by our demonstration of exceeding the highest standards in innovation, professionalism, productivity, e-procurement, and leadership. This award really sums up the dedication my staff has towards being the best that we can be. And with any luck, come July, we'll find out if this will be year number 4 for us. So recently, Clerk, Auditor, Recorder Trent Triple met with offices and departments on areas where the budget savings might be realized. I want to thank Trent and his office for combing through the areas of the county's budget where there might be savings to be had. A tedious task, I'm sure, but an important audit to ensure that county funds are being utilized to the fullest extent. The Clerk, Auditor, Recorder's Office identified 3 funding areas where procurement could potentially return funds back to the general fund. But additionally, this year, procurement also had our insurance premiums went up by $673. So procurement was able to absorb the increase of the insurance premiums from Fund 540770. This is out of our rental of equipment. Our FY25 allocation for this fund is now $673 less at $3,922. We leased a copier with the remainder of those funds. This ultimately is about a 12% decrease in that line item. As for parking and mileage reimbursement that were identified areas of savings, we are talking $300 in parking and $700 in mileage reimbursement. So not much there that I think that we could probably give up. I wanted to let the board know that we did take a look at these funding areas. However, the bottom line is procurement's overall budget is pretty skinny. Anytime we have an ask, it's by way of a supplemental. So with that, on to my final slide for you, which is our budget request for FY25. So I'm asking for a 5% special salary adjustment for staff impacted by ERP in lieu of asking for another position. I mentioned in my previous slides that impact of ERP on our department is simply put, the workload ERP has placed on my staff is tremendous. So in lieu of another full-time position in our department, I'm asking for a special salary adjustment for staff impacted by ERP to account for this increased workload and responsibility. The SSAs are a more cost-effective alternative than hiring an additional buyer. So the SSAs for 6 employees would amount to about $9.17 per hour, where if we were to hire a buyer, it would be at $24 per hour. Also in the budget supplemental is a 5% market adjustment for the director. This is a market adjustment for the procurement director at the direction from the board. So I want to say thank you for that consideration. Appreciate it. I'm also asking for a new vendor performance module for a bonfire e-procurement system. This is a $3,500 ongoing expense, but this module would be utilized to track performance of our vendors. This tracking will help to ensure that there is a performance metric in place for vendors that win our business and that there's ongoing monitoring to ensure the satisfaction of our clients. I'm also asking for 2 Fuel Master upgrades for Ada County Sheriff's Office and Weed and Pest fuel islands. This is a $60,000 one-time expense and a $5,000 ongoing expense for a software subscription. These upgrades will serve as enhancements to our fuel islands to allow for collection of data in our Holman fleet management system. It will also allow for WEX cards to be used at the islands and monitor such things as fuel usage, fuel billing, and vehicle usage. We have a request for a courthouse motor pool supplemental increase in fuel and maintenance. This is a $2,800 ongoing expense, and with the addition of vehicles to the courthouse motor pool, we need additional dollars to support those vehicles. So it's namely for fuel, oil changes, and small repairs. We're asking for a $1,600 increase in that fuel line item and a $1,200 increase in the maintenance line item. And finally, we have a capital investment program expense request for a partial fleet replacement of aging vehicles. This was number 5 on the priority list and is to replace vehicles that have aged out to allow for newer, safer vehicles in our fleet. Many of these vehicles that we are looking to replace have an average age of 15 years or more. Ken will touch on the importance of replacing these vehicles in his presentation coming up here shortly. So those are my budget requests for FY25, and your support of these supplementals would be much appreciated. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, Commissioners, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you, Bob. Are there any questions from the commission? Any questions? No questions. Okay. Well, I don't have any questions either, so
Okay.
you're just.
Getting off easy this afternoon.
No questions at all. You're just great, so.
All right, well, thank you,
Anyway,
Commissioners.
thank you for all your awards and the work you do for Ada County. I know that people all across the state are calling on you for help on how to do procurement, and that's, and we're happy. We're proud of you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioners, appreciate it. Up next.
I just said, all those letters at the end of your name, what do all of them mean?
Well, the first one is a Certified Procurement Professional Officer, and the second one is CPPB, is a Certified Professional Public Buyer, and then the last one, NIGP CPP, is a Certified Professional in Procurement. So
Very good.
a few more, and I could have the alphabet covered, I think.
All right, good enough. Well, thank you.
All right, we have Ken Sinclair up next to present the fleet.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Kent.
Hello. Thank you for having me today, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Sure.
I always like to come in and talk about my cars. And I would like to thank Bob Perkins, too, for all his support with this program moving forward, and the departments and offices that have come forward with vehicles and their concerns and needs to me to take over this program and get it going in the right direction. So, fleet management involves the acquisition and disposal of vehicles suitable for organizational needs, as well as the responsible disposal of vehicles that are no longer efficient or cost-effective to maintain. Fleet management also makes sure there's regular maintenance schedules for all vehicles in the fleet, ensuring they are serviced on time to prevent breakdowns and extend their lifespan. Efficient fuel usage is crucial for fleet operations. Fleet managers monitor fuel consumption. Fleet managers ensure that all vehicles in the fleet comply with local, state, and federal regulations regarding safety, emissions, and licensing. And I know you guys have seen the one of the dashboards that I work from in Holman. This is just a quick glance at that. And as the departments and offices are using this program, the data coming in there just keeps increasing. So the reports coming out of this program are going to get better all the time. New cars in the fleet, safer, more reliable vehicles are a must in today's environment. Ada County needs to keep their employees safe so that they can get their daily jobs done. This is just a known fact. Cars that are older just do not have the same safety features on them. So want to move that to a safer fleet. This is a snippet from the dashboard that I showed you earlier, just showing the age of the Ada County vehicles. We currently have 117 vehicles, meeting the 10-year, 125,000-mile mark, which is my point to replace them. That is changing rapidly. We're working with the departments to get some new vehicles. We had some monies given to departments this year, and we were able to replace a few of those out there, thanks to you guys. So that, my list is changing all the time. And we have already started with some reallocations. Juvenile Services, donating 2 Ford Focuses. One went to the motor pool here at the courthouse and one went out to Parks, which allowed them then to replace another one of their vehicles. So they've got a pretty good fleet out there now. The Ada County Sheriff's Office shared a Tahoe with the treasurer, which allowed me to move their Crown Vic to the prosecutor's office. So we're moving stuff around. We're getting this stuff used that's still good and usable equipment. We also moved a minivan to the clerk's office. I think you guys have encountered the little minivan. We did get some of the safety items fixed on it, but the thing is so old that it's hard to get parts for those. So that van is still on my replacement list, but right now it's working for the clerk's office for what they need. Going forward, if I'm allowed to have those funds to replace the vehicles, I will meet with every department and office with vehicles and get the priority vehicles replaced first. In right-sizing the fleet, we will be removing a large amount of the old vehicles. I have 14 in process right now for auction, getting those tags off of them, and I will be sending all that stuff to you guys to get those auctioned off and bring some money back into the general fund. So with that, I have a few years of fleet plan here. One of my high priorities is getting the update for the fuel system. That's essential in getting that data into my system. And in asking for the fleet replacement budget, I hope to prioritize and spread the funds over all departments and offices needing new vehicles. This makes the allocation fair for all. Ada County can replace older vehicles with safety issues first. So finally, with the money allocated to fleet management instead of individual departments, the fleet will be standardized and each department will get the correct equipment for each job. And that's all I have, guys. So, any questions for me?
Okay, yeah, is there any questions for Ken? You have a question? Go ahead.
What is the standard that we're establishing for age and mileage for replacement?
That,
I know you indicated something there, but
The 10-year, 125,000 miles, really when they start losing value. And the safety on those 10-year-old vehicles really starts to go down. Your maintenance costs go up. So that all of that stuff is taken into account for that 10-year, 125,000 mile.
so the system we have does evaluate that, right?
It does,
You don't
yes.
just take the benchmark of the 125,000 in 10 years, but you look at the costs of all the input costs, et cetera. okay?
Exactly, yes.
The
and that
system does that, right?
The system actually keeps track of if maintenance costs start going up on newer vehicles as well. So we can track those down because sometimes that happens. You'll get a lemon. The system keeps track of that cost going up. If it goes over a $5,000 mark in a year, they peg it to replace it, get rid of it.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
So that, yeah, the 1.8 million, obviously that's a big number for us. What are you doing to make sure that we're getting, the most affordable vehicles in the class, or not, splurging on extras that might not be appropriate for government service vehicles?
That is one of my, getting the standardized vehicles for the fleet, we will standardize them all so that they're getting what they need, not what they want, really, is the saying there, because we want the vehicle, the right vehicle for each job. So I will meet with departments and make sure that we're getting the safety equipment that they need and the equipment that they need on that vehicle to do the job. But really, we're not looking for leather seats and that kind of stuff in these vehicles. They will be government, work vehicles that we need.
Have you been able to reduce the fleet since you've been on, or what's our number of vehicles when you started versus now?
It's pretty close right now. I do have, we auctioned 27 from the sheriff's office. We've auctioned a few here and there, and I do have those 14 ready to go out right now, which will reduce it somewhat. We do still have some out there that could go away. So as I'm working through looking at ones that we need to replace, I will also be pulling out the older vehicles that don't need to be replaced and auctioning those.
Thank you.
And the number of vehicles that you're going to replace, are we working towards having a true fleet system, or are they going to be owned by a certain office as opposed to the county?
Well, most, all of them, like Ops has their vehicles, Weed and Pest have theirs. So they basically need those in their departments to run their everyday jobs. But they are all owned by the county. So moving them around, you only run into problems if they're different taxing districts, but they can be moved around within the county, so we can reallocate them to different departments or
Well, it would
offices.
seem, and that kind of gets to what Commissioner Davidson's question was, it would seem that we could downsize our fleet if we had more utility of the actual fleet.
Yes, and if we have more in that pool, which is my goal, more offices and departments can check them out of that pool instead of having their own.
Well, that's the point, yeah, that is the
Yeah,
point.
and that will reduce the fleet there. So the only thing you can't put in there is the specialty item, the
Well, of course, you have
vehicles,
specialty
but
items like the landfill and weed and pest.
Exactly.
I don't want to drive a truck that weed
Yeah.
and pest drives with some pesticide on the back. Yeah, no question.
Exactly,
There are
yes.
specialty vehicles that we need in our fleet. Same with the landfill and other specialty groups. But it would just seem to me that if we had our fleet available to a broad section.
Definitely.
Instead of saying, that's my fleet, that's my vehicle, when it's not, it's the county's vehicle.
We do really want to grow that pool here at the courthouse so that offices and departments can just check them out from there. That way, if they only need one day a week, that it's much more efficient than buying one for that department.
Well, and some of
And I
the,
would also like to look at putting some electric ones in there, but that's something we can discuss down the road as well.
well, yeah, but some of the vehicles I've noticed are really, you mentioned some of them have a lot of high mileage. Some of them are really low mileage,
Yes,
really low mileage.
yes. Yes, and we have some old ones out there that are really low mileage. So those will, if they're really old, they still need to probably be auctioned off. We need to look at putting newer ones, but, and those are the ones we might not replace at all if they're not being used. If we can use them in a pool, then that's where those will go.
All right.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
would you have any thoughts on, would there be a projected like monthly savings with the new, overall with the fleet if we grant the request? Is the maintenance cost going to go down? Do you have any idea what that could be month to month?
I can tell you, when I started this program at St. Luke's, it went down $20,000 in the first year. And that was from just doing regular PMs on the cars instead of major overhauls. So when you've got the older cars, you're doing transmission rebuilds, engine rebuilds, you're putting new power steering on them, whatever. You just go down to oil changes with new cars. So the costs do go down tremendously.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ken.
I
Appreciate
thank
your work.
you guys very
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. Have
All
a good day.
The district court is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Their mission is to serve our community in a way that builds trust in government. The clerk's office includes the divisions of the auditor, recorder, elections, community programs, consolidated elections, clerk of the court, and administration. The auditor, recorder, elections, and community programs are divisions in the clerk's office which are funded in the general fund. The auditor's office assists with the development and implementation of the budget, as well as other financial responsibilities such as accounting, payroll, and countywide financial reporting. The recorder handles the recordings of land records, issuing of marriage and liquor licenses, and is the passport acceptance agency. The elections office conducts 2 elections per year now for over 300,000 registered voters in 197 precincts, and deploys up to 1,200 poll workers and temporary employees per election to staff the precincts on election day and work election night. Community Programs oversees the Board of Community Guardians, Trash Billing Services, Indigent Services, the Board of Community Guardians, aids vulnerable adult citizens who are no longer able to care for themselves. Trash Billing provides billing services to residents in unincorporated Ada County and is operated as an enterprise fund. Indigent Services provides financial assistance to qualifying Ada County residents for rent, utilities, cremation, property tax hardship, and trash hardship. Consolidated Elections is a separate fund that is specifically dedicated to conducting elections for districts and political subdivisions within Ada County, such as the cities, school districts, library districts, fire districts, and sewer districts. Clerk of the Court, or Clerk's Office, provides clerical support for the courts. The office processes and maintains all case filings, collects fines and fees, and supports the judges of the 4th District Court in Ada County. In addition, the Court Assistance Office helps pro se defendants navigate the court system. This year's clerk budget, slightly over allocation due to a request of a supplemental that we will be using fund balance for. Our positions have gone down from 147 to 144. In the auditor, recorder, and elections, our allocation is under $385,000. And our positions have gone down from 55 to 53. In consolidated elections, because it is sales tax supported, it is flat based off of the sales tax that we get. No increased budget anticipated. The position here is really a shuffle between general elections office funding and consolidated. So we took one out of consolidated and moved 2 positions into consolidated. That's why you see the increase of 1 there. Billing services, Department of Revenue, again, it's a self-supported fund, is up, and that is due to an increase in rates that we have put into action, and the positions are flat at 4. I will refrain from introducing myself. I take the liberty to have Katie come up and replace me at any time during this brief, so she's excited for that. I'd like to give a shout out to this board, the clerk's office staff and the auditor's office for their help in this whole budget process this year. It has been a heavy lift as we have gone through the steps to identify where we could find some savings and communicate that effectively to departments and elected officials to improve their budgeting process. I look forward to the briefing in detail in the coming days, the overall budget by department and office, and have some robust discussion. For the clerk's office, all of these values that you see on the right-hand side are tied directly to our vision and focus of serving the community in a way that builds trust in government and are the bedrock of our office. These are a few of the noteworthy things we have done with our budget this year besides our normal day-to-day support of the community in courts, elections, recordings, community programs, and our auditor's office. All of these I consider innovative and best practices to improve our work environment and the service we provide the public. First, the new financial system. Every major system migration or implementation has its challenges. Our new financial system was no different. It is up and running, and we will continue to refine our practices and processes to make sure we are serving the county users and the public in a way they expect. It will help us to continue to pass our audits with flying colors and continue to garner the recognition from national organizations on how we manage and balance the books for complete transparency. It was a great collaborative effort amongst a lot of county departments and officials, and it will require continued collaboration from them. Our ballot verifier, a massive 2-year lift to provide ultimate transparency and access to voters and citizens on how votes are cast, and to provide them with a free, easy access means to audit our results. As the CEO of our partner company, Severa, often likes to say, we have turned a mysterious black box into a glass box for the community. Our shadow program, a zero-cost program that allows our employees to shadow other departments and types of jobs in our office in an effort to promote better cross-flow of information, as well as providing employees with an opportunity to see what other jobs are like and possibly be better positioned to professionally develop within our office rather than looking for jobs outside of our office. It is a great retention tool. Clerk of the Day, we reinvigorated this program to provide frontline employees better visibility into what office leadership and management deal with on a daily basis. It improves communication and fosters understanding throughout our office. Sarah graduation. With the added attention elections have received over the last several years, we have made a concerted effort to nationally certify several people in our elections office to improve trust within the community and to glean best practices from other jurisdictions, like election cages, GPS tracking of equipment, and ballot custody practices. These certification efforts, combined with our ballot verifier, have placed Ada County positions or elections in a position of national notoriety and a source of best practices. I'm especially grateful to this board for the support of our upcoming election space expansion and remodel with federal funding. It shows that elected officials in Ada County take elections very seriously and properly fund this bedrock function of our democracy. New recorder software. Switching to the Tyler Technology software will allow the recorder's office to continue expanding accessibility to public records. We are looking at integrating with other departments to provide similar information in a centralized location. Yet again, another effort like the ballot verifier to give better and easier access to public information rather than making citizens jump through hoops to get information that is actually theirs. Thank you again to the board for funding this project. Our entire office has been recognized now 2 years in a row and is placed in the top 2 best places to work in the entire state of Idaho. We strive to create an environment in which employees love to work, grow, and develop. That leads to outstanding customer service and helps us retain experienced and talented workers. No other government office has ever been in the top 10 before, let alone been voted number 2 years in a row. We will continue to evolve and improve to become the number 1 place to work in the entire state. It is nice when applicants for our jobs mention in an interview process that they Googled best places to work in Idaho, and the clerk's office shows up at the top of the list. It is also nice for our employees to tell their families and friends they are part of such a great office. One important endeavor this year has been our internal evaluation of our court processes with the help of HR. No cost to taxpayers. Grateful for Bethany and her staff in this help. It is a comprehensive evaluation of our entire process from A to Z to either validate what we are doing is necessary and efficient or to identify areas in which we could improve. It will also be focused on employee development and providing cross-training opportunities for individuals to help fuel professional growth needs. As a precursor to this evaluation wrapping up in the next several months, in this year's budget, we have already identified some positions in the courts that we were able to reduce in order to support the efforts to increase employee salaries through a merit COLA this year. We are asking for the support of the board this year to get our court technology on better footing. Like the TCA, it is no secret that for years the support of the Supreme Court Technology Office has been a point of frustration for many of our employees. It has hampered how well we serve the public in courts. With fund balance this year, I'm asking for funds one time to replace all the aging state equipment with new equipment that will be owned, maintained, and serviced by our own IT department in the county. This will alleviate a lot of pressure on our employees and provide better service to our citizens. With the migration to the cloud for the state's justice software, I am hopeful that this will give us greater control of our own destiny rather than relying upon the state to provide tech support for our courts in this new statewide network they are pushing out. We took a deep dive in our budget this year in an effort to free up funds for employee compensation. We have repurposed, consolidated, and in some areas eliminated positions with efficiency efforts and reduced other capital operating expenses. As I briefed earlier yesterday, the pressure on our employees to live in this great area has been increasing for years and hasn't let up much this year. Our out-of-the-box efforts to keep and take care of our employees have been successful in creating a work environment they enjoy that allows them to grow, but in the end, the kitchen table discussion is about, can I afford to keep working at such a great place? I know the board has indicated they would consider a 3% merit raise this year based on Ada County's cost of living pressures as well as the competition from other jurisdictions we often compete with for skilled government workers. It is my recommendation to do a combination of a 4% merit COLA increase for the employees this year, and I hope the board would consider that. I appreciate the patience of all the elected offices and departments as we have had to develop budget submissions this year with a new financial system. It has been a heavy lift for our office this year with a new financial system and a go-live, fiscal year closeout, and now budget submissions. On top of that, we have had a difficult primary election while also staring down a presidential election later this year with all the extra attention that that brings with it. And our court clerks with continuing challenges getting IT systems from the Supreme Court to work in a way that allows us to best serve our citizens and to continue our proven business practices that we have developed with the sheriff, prosecutor, TCA, and public defenders. Through all the challenges and trials, I am most grateful for the individuals in my office who have faced all these difficulties and opportunities with smiles. I love coming to work every day with these dedicated folks who are laser focused on serving our community in a way that builds trust in government. I'm happy to stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Trent. Appreciate your presentation and your thoroughness in your work. Any questions for Trent? Go ahead.
Well, could you tell us a little bit more about these Supreme Court, internet tech issues? Is it a hardware issue? Is it a software? And what's the state doing wrong, and how much is that negatively affecting us?
It's a tenuous position for me to be in to tell the state what they're doing wrong. I can tell you for years we have struggled with remote support of the IT, specifically the equipment in the buildings here. Many of the court folks that are doing work on behalf of the state court use state computers that are very old, and they do not have the funds to replace them. They also, with this rollout of the new network, have said that if we're not going to be on that network, which we would prefer not to because of their track record of support, we would rather be on our own network, which we believe is more secure and more reliable, that they gave us the option to go out and use our own equipment through a remote software to access the cloud. That was the response from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So we have elected to go down that path, hopefully with the support of this board, so that we can, again, provide on-site support for our folks when a computer breaks or something doesn't work properly, putting a ticket in and having someone in another building respond to it on a regular cadence does not work when you're in court and there's someone in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs watching you as the spinning wheel of death happens on the screen. And so we feel like this is the best path forward for us. to be able to support not only the clerks that are working in court and supporting them, but also the citizens who are using the court system, so they're not delayed and have doubts about what's happening in the courtroom because our technology isn't working properly.
So the state doesn't feel any obligation to kick in for some extra money of their own to help with these issues?
They, like others at the state, are beholden to the legislature for their budgets, and they have asked but been denied increases to some of the things that we need.
So not exactly an unfunded mandate, but functionally kind of the same.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I just appreciate all the work your office has put into this and, the approach you're taking, and I think it'll lead to some good deliberations. And obviously, you come from the military world, and all we hear about on the news is that the military can't pass an audit, and there's billions of dollars unaccounted for all the time. And it's nice to know in Ada County, every penny is accounted for, and that's something we can feel good about.
Good, thank you, Commissioner.
You have any questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
And mine related to the same thing he said about the state, the interface. So they have basically agreed that they would gladly offload this responsibility if we were willing to pay for it. And then the interface and all of that, they will just take what we have and not complain about it.
That is correct. On the equipment side, there are still hurdles to get through on the software side. As you've heard from Prosecutor Jan Bennett's earlier, there's still some issues with that we're going to have to continue to work through. I'm hopeful that they'll be open to some MOAs and some further negotiations on that, because some of the current solutions they're offering do not work currently in the way we operate here within Ada County. They are good solutions for other counties, but when you're in another county and you have one courtroom with one judge and one clerk, it's very different than how we operate here with the relationship that we have with the sheriff and the prosecutor and the public defender's office with 30-plus courtrooms and many more judges than that.
Thank you. And thank you for your innovative ways you're dealing with lots of things, this as well as the whole election process, the ballot verification, the ballots on demand, all those things are helping us become not only the second best place to work, but the best place in terms of people go to for information, experimentation, or whatever that, verifying all of these processes. So thank you for that, and thank you for help with the budget as well.
Thank you.
We're trying, isn't the problem with the state that Odyssey system that they want to sort of control more or limit access to?
And there's multiple opinions out on why that system isn't working optimally. There are other states that run it.
Has it ever worked optimally? I mean, I remember when it was first implemented, it was supposed to be easier to file electronically, but it ended up being way more difficult.
Most clerks that you'll ask will say it is difficult to operate in the system. We've managed through workarounds to make it work, but we do think that it could be operated a little bit more easier. But again, we don't have control over that. We're at the behest of the state.
And I'm wondering how that's going to work, because the public defense is all going to be state-run, state employees and state equipment. And so I just wonder how that'll work.
It is a question mark still.
There's a lot of question marks about that. But anyway,
I'll ask you, so you're down a couple employees. Did you eliminate those positions or consolidate some, or just talk about how you're down a few?
So again, through our review process within the court specifically, we identified some areas in which we could distribute some of the work amongst current employees and eliminate some of those positions. We also, based off the commissioner's direction, with our recommendation, eliminated 2 positions that we had open or funded last year but had not opened for hiring. So those 2 positions also were eliminated. But it's mostly through figuring out how to decrease some of our workload in some of those areas and consolidating some of those things. We have repurposed some positions as well. So we're down more than just a couple of positions in our areas, but we've repurposed like a passport clerk to something else that was more in need of that workload. So you'll see that in some of the details of the budget that we've done.
How's that been working out with the restructuring?
It's been great, and we hope to continue to make some improvements. Again, we're in the middle of that study, so I suspect by the end of the year, we'll have a really good, robust report from HR on how we could further find some efficiencies. I'm also hopeful that a lot of it will just be, yes, you have found a way to do this the best possible way that you're doing it, and it's a validation as well as on some of our processes. One of the things of note with the relationship that we have with the state is they are under good intentions wanting to push a unified justice system throughout the state. But our pushback to them often is, we're not better than everybody in Ada County, but we are different. You can't treat Ada County the same as you treat some of these rural counties in terms of the processes that they go through. If they had their way in most of the cases, I would be up here asking for 30, 40 more court clerks because they would eliminate my ability to find efficiencies in our relationships with the prosecutor's office and the sheriff's office when we cross-deputize and have them do small tasks that don't require full-time work. But it's better and more efficient and more accurate for someone in the sheriff's office to enter information into the system than it is for me to dedicate a clerk to do that here that's dislocated from the interaction that happens in the sheriff's office, and the same with the prosecutor's office. So we've been able to find efficiencies and keep our numbers low based off the relationships we have within our county. They don't have those same efficiencies in other counties because they're just much smaller. And so they can enact some of these things that the Supreme Court is asking them to do without any trouble. And in fact, sometimes it's a help to them. For us, it would not be a help. It would be hard for us to tackle some of these things and adhere to some of the stipulations that they're making. So again, it's a back and forth. We're working on that relationship, and hopefully we can continue to make roads there. But I do feel like this small step of putting these computers in place will help our employees and help our citizens that interact with the courts.
Okay. Well, I got another question for you. How'd you escape an audit from the Secretary of State in your elections department?
We were praying very hard that day. You should have seen the room. It was kind of like NFL draft day. And when our number wasn't pulled, finally, we were all jumping up and down. It was great. We've been audited every year since
Oh, I
that
know, that's why I was surprised.
legislation came in. And it's nice to not have to do it. But we also feel like with the ballot verifier, anybody can come in and look at what we're doing, and they're going to see that we're doing it correctly.
Well, that's good. That's one of your good innovations, and I see you got a little national news over it, so.
Yeah.
That's great, that's great. Well, I thank you very much, and for your presentation and your work you're doing for the citizens of the community, and we will be adjourned until at 10:30 in the morning. Right?